Mic off. Mic off. Hello, one and all. Welcome back to the flight, the stream. I said this was going to be a split stream, but not, right? Almost to the end of our Trans-Pacific crossing. We have two more oceanic waypoints and then the Chatham Islands, and then it's direct to, I think, Hamilton? To Napier. And we're currently coming up on our limit, gross weight limit, so we should just be able to climb to flight level 380, 249 tons. And at 249 tons gross weight, we can climb flight level. Yeah, we need to shed another two tons of fuel. We've had a pretty good fuel burn schedule. All went as planned. We burnt off everything in our mid tank. Now we've equalized. Then we started burning from the number 3 and the number 2 until they were equal to the sum of these two. Then we switched the tank to engine configuration where we shut off these cross feeds. Just left this one open. So each tank is supplying each engine individually. So currently we have 50 tons on board. We should land with maybe about I would say about 29-30 tons. Hopefully, fingers crossed. So our fuel burn has been pretty good. We should have quite a bit of headroom when we do touch down at Auckland. Been monitoring the weather, Auckland, New Zealand, and currently the conditions are partly cloudy or cloudy, and you have scattered clouds at 2,400 feet and overcast at 3,300 feet. 19 degrees temperature of 19 degrees, and wind is from the southwest. Let's see, weather, weather, Auckland, is that how you do it? There we go. Yeah, from the southwest, 21 miles per hour, current humidity 77. And META NZAA. So we've been roughly in the air for roughly 8 hours and 25 minutes, and we should be on the ground within maybe another 2.5 hours. The cloud layer is pretty high here, so I can't wait until we climb out of here. We do have some moisture in the area, so hopefully we'd be able to climb out of it. Maybe just turn off the fasten seatbelt signs as well. You know, I don't even know how to do the PA on this thing. There you go. Guess it happens as soon as you should turn off the fasten seatbelt sign.
As the dispute between Airbus and Qatar Airways intensifies, it seems increasingly likely that the latter will not be placing any new aircraft orders with the former, at least for the foreseeable future. With Airbus's cancellation of Qatar Airways' A321neo order on January 20th, what options does the Middle Eastern carrier have when it comes to filling the gap in its fleet? If you haven't already heard the big news by now, Airbus has cancelled Qatar Airways' upcoming order for 50 A321neos, 10 of which would have been the A321LR. This recent move originates from the disagreement over the seriousness of A350 surface degradation. At this moment, Qatar Airways has just 3 Airbus A321s in its fleet, one of which appears to have been parked for several weeks now. These jets are the older Dash 200 or CO variant and average 11.5 years of age. These jets are deployed on skinny, lower-demand, medium-range services from Doha and include destinations like Belgrade, Sofia, Istanbul, Colombo, Tbilisi, Larnaca, Baghdad, and more. Belgrade and Colombo appear to be on the further end of the A321's deployments, which exceed flight durations of 5 hours. The jets are also used for routes where demand is lower at certain times of the year, requiring downsized capacity. Mumbai and Athens are 2 examples where the airline would deploy larger wide-body jets like the 787, 777, A330 or A350 when demand allows. The goal of the A321neo order at Qatar Airways was to not only replace these aging jets and provide lower seat costs on the same routes, but to also take these concepts even further. The new and improved version of the A321 offered notable gains in efficiency as well as range, while its LR variant offered an even greater range. In 2019, Qatar Airways said it would use the A321LR to connect Doha to quote-unquote new growing markets where demand was insufficient for a wide-body. The jets would also provide additional frequencies on existing routes to give customers more choice. With Qatar Airways' A321neo order now cancelled, what options are on the table for the airline? Firstly, the airline may want to keep its existing fleet of A321s around longer to continue filling the gap of medium-range, low-demand operations. However, if it wants to modernise the fleet and improve efficiencies, the options seem limited. The A321neo's size means that the aircraft is suitable for carrying as many as 244 passengers to a maximum range of 4,000 nautical miles. If we look at alternatives purely in terms of size, there are only 2 non-Airbus competitors. The soon-to-be certified Boeing 737 MAX 10, which has a maximum capacity of 230 passengers, and the 787-8, which has a one-class capacity of 359 passengers with an even higher exit limit. This puts the airline in a tough spot. The MAX 10 has slightly reduced capacity as well as a fairly reduced range of 3,300 nautical miles. While the 787-8 can fly over 7,000 nautical miles, it also far exceeds the size of the A321neo by over 100 passengers, perhaps highlighting yet again the need for Boeing to offer a mid-size aircraft. Of course, if Qatar had to choose between the two, it would seem that the MAX 10 would fit Qatar Airways' operational requirements the closest, although not perfectly. A far less likely option could be for Qatar Airways to simply acquire A321neos from aircraft lessors. While this would suit the airline's operational goals perfectly, it's extremely difficult to imagine that the carrier would want to swallow its pride to do so, as even leasing Airbus aircraft would appear to be an endorsement of the European plane maker. Indeed, at this point in the intense dispute, it appears that Qatar Airways is headed towards becoming an all-Boeing carrier. Some aviation commentators have suggested that the dispute will drive the airline to seek upcoming Chinese and Russian alternatives. At the moment, however, neither country offers aircraft that are similarly sized to the A321neo. Even if they did, this option appears to be the longest of long shots, considering that these aircraft are relatively unproven and largely uncertified.
Let's see if we can climb now. 247 tons. I think we're good to climb to flight level 380.
So
we need to be at, oh no, it's a little heavy.
Qatar Airways.
Yeah, another ton or so.
In addition to our daily YouTube videos, Simple Flying publishes over 150 articles and a podcast every week. If you're looking for the latest aviation news and insights, visit simpleflying.com. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe before you go.
Really? It looks like a write-off for sure. Where was this?
Drops up. Vertical speed. Ah. Motor, motor. Ayan. Ayan. Fue motor 2. La comunicación es mía. Sí, gracias.
Too low, flaps.
Adelante, Martín.
100, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Ir from Victor Juliet hacia la Ciudad de México Libre.
Oh, this should be awesome. Really? So currently we're running about 260 tons, 2,600, 2.6, what is this? 2.6 tons per hour per engine. Engine number 4 is running a little bit harder than others. We have a higher EGT, higher N1, higher EPR as well, slightly. So I don't know, we probably are crabbing as well. The auto throttle is causing it to crab. And so 2.5 tons per hour, 2.5 times, that's 10 tons basically, 10 tons per hour. Hopefully we can get the climb now. 247.1, almost there. We need to be what, 246.9 or lighter or less, 246.3 or lighter to climb to flight level 380. Hopefully with that we can get slightly the most efficient fuel burn. I wonder if we can get up to flight level 400 today, if the flight time allows us to go up to flight level 400. We need to be at 220 tons or less. Unlikely. We should be landing at about 220 tons. So landing weight, estimated landing weight. So you can see where we are, folks. So we're just to the southeast of the Chatham Islands. We're not picking up the Charlie Hotel NDB just yet. Fortunately, I don't have any ortho, so it won't be that scenic, and it may be cloudy anyway as we fly over the Chatham Islands. And then it's just the last run. It's a final run over to Auckland. 742, how you doing, man? Morning. Good morning. Well, it's afternoon here. Morning in New Zealand. And we're just approaching the Chatham Islands. We're about 300 miles away, I would reckon, from the Chatham Islands. Yeah, just about 400 miles away. 350 miles away. Morning in my head, yeah, exactly. Everything's gone as planned. We've step climbed. The fuel burn has been fantastic. We still have 47 tons and about 3 hours in the air, maybe 2.5 hours or so. We've been in the air for 8 hours and 38 minutes. So yeah, so just about 2.5 hours to go before we touch down. Weather New Zealand is pretty cloudy, so it was raining a while ago, so hopefully it's not raining. It's now partly cloudy. It's clearing up slightly. So we may be able to get a peek of the countryside as we approach Auckland. But it seems to be cloudy over most of the continent of the island. And we should be ready to step climb now. 246.5. So yeah, under 246.3, we should be ready to step climb any second now. I'll go ahead and arm it. Let's get the E-Pearl out. Let's hold the speed. Yeah, there we go. We can step climb now. Let's go vertical speed. I'll go about 500 feet per minute. 500 feet per minute is adequate. So yeah, we're now step climbing to flight level 380, and a couple of flights inbound for New Zealand as well, inbound for Auckland. Highly doubtful we'll have ATC as we land, although it's daytime. It should be morning time when we arrive. That'll be Thursday morning in New Zealand, I think. Yeah, it would be right. Local time Auckland. Yeah, it's 7:22 in the morning. We'll be landing at about 10 a.m. And we should climb above the tops, you know. So all those who are joining the stream, welcome on board. It's been a long stream. We've been on stream for, according to my clock here, 14 hours. Just going 14 hours. It hasn't been a 14-hour flight per se. Well, maybe technically it has. It would be a 14-hour flight by the time we land. So 11 hours on one leg and 2.5 hours on the first leg. So we had a stopover at Rio Gallegos in southern Argentina. And where we topped up with fuel, as in added an extra 150 tons of fuel for the jaunt across the South Pacific. It's pretty much complete over water, oceanic points, and only we'll be making landfall over Napier in New Zealand. Also, maybe if you count the Chatham Islands, which we're just about 300 miles away from, off our nose. I've tuned the Charlie India NDB, and where are we now? Yeah, so we are approaching 45 south, 45 south, 75 west, I think. 4575, I think. That's it. There we go. We just 1,000 to go. Let's bring back the speed just a little bit, so it doesn't accelerate too much. And yeah, our present position would be 300 miles away from 4575, which is this. Should be just about here then. I don't know if you guys can see that. Yeah, it's 4575. So yeah, we should be just about here. And we'll overfly the Chatham Islands, right over the Chatham Islands, and join the airway system into New Zealand. That's Quebec 712, all the way up into Auckland Oceanic, and then to Wellington. Is it Wellington or Christchurch Control? Right over to Napier, and we should begin our descent somewhere around there, just probably between Napier and Hamilton. I think we expect runway 23 arrival at Auckland, and the weather is as we said. Let's just do another meter. And there we are. We have two 17 knots, so we have quite the headwinds. Probably very slow ground speed. Very slow ground speed into Auckland. 3 hours. And we have flight level 380. Oh, and we're speeding as well. Let's just slow it down a bit. Let's go alt hold. Look at our fuel burns. Come down considerably. Actually, no, it's probably low because the thrust is somewhat idled. And let's go E per L. And back to Mach select right there. Yeah, when we started off, we were burning over just about 100, over 333.3 tons per hour. That 3,300 kilos per hour per engine, and that's just over 12 tons. And now we're burning just about 10 tons per hour now. As we've burned off fuel and we've climbed higher, so we're just that much more efficient now. And we're now, the needle has now swung, and we're now picking up the NDB for the Chatham NDB. There you go, the Chatham Islands. It's just I have it on ADF2. and just off our nose. I'd love to see the Chatham Islands, but it's unlikely that we'd see anything with this sort of cloud cover, folks. Anyway, it's gonna be default X-plane scenery. I'd love to go to the Chatham Islands. You know, I'm gonna get into that little Metroliner that's trending right now on X-plane. See if we can do some New Zealand flying with a Metroliner. I've never flown the Metroliner before, but it will be nice to fly a little turboprop. I'm not too sure if there are any good sounds for it. Let's see if anyone's made any videos. X-plane Metroliner. But the Chatham Islands does have a Chatham Air or something like that. Has a Metroliner.
What's up, everyone? Mac back with you, and today we're going to be taking a look at the newly released freeware Fairchild Metro 3 from Starving.
It looks
Pilot.
good.
This is a fantastic freeware aircraft, guys. If you're into classic turboprops, this is one for you. We are running another mod on the airplane.
There's a mod
one
as
thing
well
about this
for it.
airplane, it just came out
Love to hear that.
recently, and so there's a lot of mods coming out because the community is absolutely thrilled with this. There's currently over 3,500 downloads on this airplane, and it just came out as of January 18th, 2022. So a lot of people really liking this airplane so far, and that's really great to see because this is a classic 80s era turboprop airliner, and now recently it's been converted in the last decade or so into a freighter, and one of the freight operators of it in the United States is Key Lime Air. And this is a mod by S85 Skater, and so all of the links to these two aircraft are going to be down below, and just follow the instructions from the org, and then you'll be able to get the airplane installed into your sim appropriately. So let's take a look at the airplane on the exterior here. Absolutely stunning work here. And again, this is a modification to the original aircraft. Again, this is the S85 Skater mod with the Key Lime Air freighter version. There is a passenger version of the airplane as well as a freighter, and then this is a mod of the freighter version. So it's got the 5-bladed props out there. Still the Garrett engines on it, and we are running a sound mod with this. This
Wow,
is
sound
from
mod.
FT Sim Sounds. It is a Mitsubishi MU2 sound package, because the Mitsubishi MU2 uses the TPE 331 Garrett engines as well. So it'll be a nice sound package as well. But the default airplane comes with a sound package as well, and then there's also an F-mod sound package modification too. So just a plethora of things, guys. The community is really liking this airplane, and that's, again, like I said, really nice to see.
Yeah, I saw there's a nice little VFR package for the Chatham Islands.
We'll go ahead and jump inside the airplane and take a look at the cockpit here, and absolutely stunning. This is absolutely just amazing work here. The developer Starving Pilot decided that he would do a virtual cockpit for this one, and thank you for doing that, because absolutely stunning work here. Texturing is great. Again, there are some texture mods in this particular mod of the airplane, but overall, this is basically what you're getting with the default version of the airplane too. So, flies great. It handles great. You know, it's just an incredibly awesome airplane. I can't say that enough, guys. Let's jump back here to the cargo bin, or sorry, the fuselage. This is where all the cargo goes. So all the separate bays, and then of course the cargo net's there as well. And if we look down here, we got a little jump seat there. So let's go ahead and fire the airplane up and get things going. We're going to be going from Denver to Alliance, Nebraska. This is a Key Lime Air flight. We're operating flight, what are we, 4230.
I'm definitely getting that today. As soon as we land, I'm downloading that.
So let's go ahead and get things going here. All right, so to power the airplane up, you do have a menu. So over on your left-hand side by the airspeed indicator, there is a menu button, and then that will pop up here on your glare shield. We have the ability to enable ground power. We can open our doors outside, as well as throw up the autopilot on the dash there, which is a lot easier than looking down here on the center console, which is where it's positioned. Besides that, we've got traditional navigation radios. We can use the Rockwell Collins radios, or we can switch to a Garmin G430, which is much more modern with, you know, today's standards. You know, when the airplane was originally produced and flown, in the 80s and 90s. I mean, obviously you were VOR navigation. There was no autopilot in a lot of these airplanes. And also it was, you know, the Rockwell Collins VOR navigation, ADF, NDBs, all that kind of stuff. But seeing as we're in the 21st century and most modern aircraft, or most aircraft now I should say, do have the GPS. So we're going to run with the GPS in this airplane. We'll come down here to our electrics and kind of battery master area. So we'll go ahead and get the battery master on. So left and right batteries are on. And we're going per the checklist here.
This is a tutorial, so we'd watch this
on board.
cockpit
We do
trap.
have,
I want to hear the
and I
sound.
believe
Let's
it
go
was,
to engine start.
And get on out of here. Continuing with the before start checklist, doors are closed and out and shut. Lights, nav, and beacon is on, and we'll go ahead and start the engines down here. So we'll just go ahead. We've got our start switches right here, and our stop switches.
Is there Metroline a checklist?
Engine, it's a direct drive turboprop. It's not a free spinning turbine out there, so it's directly connected to the crankshaft.
Is there
of the
such a
engine.
thing as a Metroline
So what is
checklist?
in there is what's called start locks. Now I don't know if Starving Pilot modeled the start locks. I'm not sure of that yet. So we're just going to go ahead and assume that it is not modeled, and we will not remove the start locks.
We have an emergency
In order to remove the start
checklist.
locks, you would have to shove the
Oh,
throttles into reverse.
there's a Metro normal checklist. Yeah, we can get that inscribed.
But nonetheless, you're looking for outside the window here, flat blade. You want those blades to be flat. And that shows that the start locks are removed. Anyway, let's go ahead and start the engine and listen to the beauty of it. Here we go. Watching our EGT, our fuel flow, oil pressures and temps. Again, this is a modified sound pack from FT Sim. It is freeware, Mitsubishi MU2. And a link to that is down below in the description for you guys. All right, that's a good start on 2. Let's go number 1. Watching that EGT, fuel flow, pressures and temps.
Sounds nice. Good taxi.
Center key line 4230 information, Juliet's cargo ramp ready for taxi.
4230 Denver Center, runway 8, taxi via Mike.
Runway 8 via Mike for key line 4230. All right.
4230 via Mike and intersection approaches to runway 179. I can give that to you when you can.
Yeah, we can take that. Which intersection would you like?
Actually 179 at Mike 6 Echo Charlie. I don't know the distance remaining.
Let's do Echo Charlie 17 right for key line 4230.
Key line 4230 runway 179 at Echo Charlie, taxi via Mike.
So what's the takeoff?
4230, you ready to go?
Key line 4230, yes sir.
Key line 4230 runway 179 at Echo Charlie, cleared for takeoff, flight heading 065.
Heading 065, clear for takeoff 17 right at Echo Charlie, key line 4230.
Taking off, that's it. Oh.
Alright, heading 060 is bugged.
Was that the runway?
We've got final clear. Runway is clear, downfield clear.
1049, just give you a shortcut from here, turn left heading 020, vectors to the final approach course, descend on 14,000. Left heading 020, down to 14,000.
Alright.
Oh.
Whoops. Let's get lined up there. Must be a little slippery. Alright. There we go. Let's hold the brakes. 25 to 35% torque. Stable. Let's go. We're going to watch that EGT. There we go. Power set. Airspeed alive. 80 knots. There's a V1. Rotate. V2. 10 degrees. Nose up.
Alright, looks good. It looks good. We'll We'll definitely
Initial approach fix, walk.
we'll definitely get it. It sounds nice. It sounds nice. We'll definitely be getting it. This is gonna be our first turboprop, folks. Our first turboprop. Airbus launches a new airline. What's this?
Turn right, heading 180.
It's 109 miles from the Chatham Islands, folks. What is it? No,
This is
200
a
miles.
title that have largely left you stumped. However, the reasoning behind it is incredibly intriguing. Yesterday, Airbus announced exciting plans for its Beluga transporters in the form of a new cargo airline that will allow them to capitalise on the higher-than-ever freight demand, which, since the pandemic, we've only seen rise, and forecasts are also looking increasingly positive for the decades
Well,
to come.
Antonov has its own airline, don't they?
Airline will make the most of the Beluga transporter stability, being that of the older ST. This is the older version, once again to reiterate, that is currently being phased out thanks to the arrival of the newer Beluga XLs, as covered here on the channel extensively. The goal is by 2024, now 2 years away, for 5 of the transporters to be utilised for charter carrying large items, whether that be for aerospace, energy, maritime and much more. Airbus
Oil and
also
gas.
notes that the new cargo operations will
Well,
enable
energy,
them to
right?
carry out crucial humanitarian missions while also aiding the military. So really, it's going to be doing everything. Previously, the Beluga's iconic status within the industry wasn't necessarily all about its unique design.
Does this
but
aircraft
rather
have
its ability to transport large
have a
sections
save?
of passenger aircraft between factories within Europe. Obviously, this is
situation
a massive
save.
benefit for the European aircraft
Options.
manufacturer when it came to producing their aircraft, whether that be the A350, their A320, and much
But
more.
it's not.
While the new avenue for the older Beluga STs is definitely a landmark moment for Airbus, it will not be the first time they've conducted something similar, if you will. A test took place in December of last year, as noted in the release
No,
by
it
the
doesn't,
European
no.
aircraft manufacturer. This test saw the Airbus Beluga conduct a charter flight for Airbus helicopters to Japan. The customer that received the goods was undisclosed, however it was a very long journey for the aircraft with several refueling stops. Airbus though hopes to continue achieving this kind of mission when they properly roll out the freight brand, if you will. It's a decision that of course has been thanks to the increased demand and customers reaching out for the potential usage of the Beluga ST services, and is a way for Airbus to benefit of the aircraft's usage rather than seeing them head to the scrapyard. The head of ATI and Air Oversized Transport at Airbus said, "The Beluga's wider cross-section will open up new markets and new logistical possibilities for customers. For example, in the case of loading helicopters, not having to dismantle them first really is a plus. Similarly, the largest commercial aircraft engines can be accommodated in a fully dressed configuration, adding the new airline will be flexible and agile to address the needs of external worldwide markets." The aircraft manufacturer has already listed several destinations worldwide where it believes they'll fly through. So what do you make though generally of the decision by Airbus to launch this new freight airline? You can let me know down in the comment section below. I personally think it's incredibly intriguing and I'm excited to see the results in the coming years as we officially see Airbus launch with, once again to reiterate, 5 of those Beluga STs and their goal is by
Yeah, right?
2024. Thank you very much for watching this
But you
video.
can,
Do
you
take care and be
can you
safe.
fit an engine
Stay
into the,
tuned
into,
and
well,
see
maybe
you.
not a G90s into the 7.4, right? The G90s are pretty big, but you can fit a G90 or something into a 747. You probably fit them abreast on the Beluga as well, right? Side by side. Yeah, but moving engines will definitely be a big thing in between maintenance facilities, aircraft, and you know the aircraft that need to change engines all the time. Should be very interesting. You have to strip them. You could take an RB211 on the Herc, but you had to take the cowls off. Customers didn't like it really. Yeah, they just want plug and play, right? Plug and play. long does it take to put an engine on? Like plug and play wise? What's the risk of damage? Yeah, imagine the damage stuff, and then you know, then when they get there, like they still have to fly in like some bolts or something like that. It's like, get an extended overview of our beauty. So beautiful, so beautiful. Depends on engine and how complete it is. If it's got all the accessories, pretty quick, but if you have to install the accessories, it can take a bit longer. Interesting. I would love to see a 5th engine mod for the 747 with the performance penalties as well. Flight level 280 and Mach decimal 75 for the whole flight. Gonna be a thumbnail for a replay here. Absolutely beautiful, so beautiful. I'm ruining this thing with window capture here. Oh really? Were you on it, or were you working on it? Antigua, over the years, Antigua's been a recipe for disaster, but it's always been a place where stuff has happened. I've heard a story of a 747 turning on the ramp, and oh really? Was it a 100 or 200? It was a 200. You said, right? It was a 200. It was a Rolls-Royce engine. I remember hitting the runway hard in Antigua that the oxygen masks came out. Landing in Antigua has always been a bit rough, isn't it? Wasn't it? It was a bit something. Antigua landings were always pretty hard. On the 747-400, I remember, I heard a story, I don't know how true it is, they were turning around. Yeah, it's relatively short runway, and it's a non-precision approach, yeah. I've heard stories about Britannia Airways had a really hard landing, slightly got damaged coming into there as well, 767-200 I think, sometime back in the 90s. Plus there's because you know, you sort of come in between some hills, right? Like as you come into the flare, I think as you go into the flare, I think it robs. They're like two small hills, like right on either side of the threshold. Red pilots call it the Jumbie and the Gap. Coming to Antigua, there could be a bit of wind shear, you know, coming in as you come into the flare in Antigua. Yeah, there are hills on both sides there. I mean, Antigua is not particularly hilly in terms of, like, you know, compared to other Caribbean islands. I mean, it's not flat, but it's got some rolling small hills, undulating hills. But yeah, it's got a couple right near the airport. We need to do the Antigua flight. We'll probably do that next week. We'll do the Antigua flight as soon as when I'm finished my livery proper. We'll do the Antigua flights. I did my ortho for Antigua. We'll do the Antigua and then a couple of the shuttles down into Grenada. And it was Antigua, Grenada, Antigua Barbados, I think, once a week. Antigua, Grenada, Antigua, who else? Got Antigua, maybe Trinidad, maybe in the 80s, in the very early 90s, in the 80s. I know Antigua. I did Trinidad to Barbados in 91, my first time on a 747. Trinidad to Barbados and London. Yeah, chills. Mountains and Dominica and St. Lucia for sure. For sure. Everywhere else is mountains, yeah. Anything what from Dominica down is like completely volcanic. You know, Dominica, Martinique, you know, some big old active volcanoes all the way down to Grenada. I know you've to Hawanora, Grenada, BGI, and POS, yeah. POS went Barbados in the early 90s, and then they got discontinued in the mid 90s when the government raised landing fees. Then we had the monopoly for a while. BWI had the monopoly for a while, and then they came back in I don't know, 08. They came back in 08. Well, they flew to Tobago in the interim though. They flew to Tobago. They opened up Tobago in the 90s. Tobago with the DC-10s, and then later on with the 777s. What a nice livery though. Yeah. The long body is really not the 500. When my aunt went to Rome, when my aunt moved to Italy in, I think it's around 1986, I went to see her off at the airport, and I remember it was a TriStar. I don't know which TriStar it was. I knew it was a TriStar, obviously. I mean, because BWI had TriStars. But I remember seeing the plane take off, and it was a TriStar. It was in the old BA livery, so it had the red Union Jack at the top, not the Landor, just pre-Landor, the Negas livery, yeah. What would have been the L1011-100s? I didn't think that those could do transatlantic though. I mean, rather stretched. What did BA use the 500s to? Yeah, they ran the 500, the L10s into POS. BB had the 500, BA ran the 100s. They also had 500, but they ran the 100 into Caribbean. Okay, yeah. So the most of the Caribbean get L1011s, or was it just Trinidad? I remember the first 747 flight into Grenada while I was living in Grenada. It was around 1988, 87. They would have come out of Heathrow. I don't know if they were 100s or 200s. They might have been 100s and or 200s. But I remember seeing that for the first time. Though it was an island spectacle because it was the biggest thing to come to Grenada, and it was like, yeah, it was quite the occasion when it came in over the VOR. Right. Okay. Yeah, then in the late 90s, when around 98, 99, just as they started to transition into the new livery, the 747s, 200s were taken off, and they put some 400s on. Just in the transition between the 747, there was a transition period in the Caribbean when they transitioned from 747 200 to 777s. They had the 400s for a couple of years. I remember that. Never got to fly in them. But when my mom came to visit me you too old for the 400s. My mom came to visit me while I was in school in England, and she came up on a 400, and I desperately wanted to go back on the Caribbean on a 400. By the time I went back, I think they were on to the 777s, or I found other means of transportation to the Caribbean. And then by the time I flew on British Airways again, they had 777s across the Atlantic. Boring old 777s. It's amazing how far we picked up the NDB at Chatham Islands though. We're still over 100 miles and we're picking it up. Look at that. You flew a lot of 400s. Really? You prefer the 400 over the 380, really? I remember sleeping a couple times at Gatwick when I came down from Scotland, having to overnight at Gatwick, and there were the African flights that left from Gatwick in the late 90s on the 200s. There was one that went to Harare and Lilongwe. There's Harare, Lilongwe. There's Nairobi. There's Nairobi as well that left. But I remember the Harare flight that left at night, like at about 10 p.m. Harare, Lilongwe, or Lusaka, or Harare and Lusaka. A380 doesn't feel like it's flying. You can still feel. Really, it's quite inert. Really? What do you mean dreadful? Is it like bumpy? Oh, there we go. Now we've turned to Chatham. Okay, we just made that turn, folks, and where are we? Precisely, our precise location, we're right here. We just made that turn right here, and we're heading direct for Charlie, India, which unfortunately we won't be able to see much of. We'll be flying, so look out, folks. We will be flying over here over the Chatham Islands in the next few days. Let's see what sort of Chatham Islands. Chatham Island. Oh no, there's I was gonna say what sort of ortho, but I just saw that there's a Chatham Islands VFR scenery from 2019 for X-Plane. So I said we'll come down here with the Metroliner. I don't know if you guys can see that. Look at that, looks amazing. That means we don't have to download any ortho, it's just straight down for us. And it's got a nice little airport scenery as well, look at that. And what is the name of the airline? Chatham Islands. I wonder if there's a Chatham Islands Airlines. Air Chathams. Used to have conveyors. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, 580s. There's no conveyors for X-Plane, right? But there's a Metroliner. They have a Metroliner, which is fantastic. How many Metroliners do they have? They actually operate Metroliners. Look, they operate 2 Fairchild 3 and Fairchild Metro 23s. They've got SAP. They've got like a smorgasbord of turboprops. It's quite a plethora. They've got 10 planes. Chatham Islands has got 10 planes. They've got one Saab 340. They've got two types of Saab 340, A's and B, Cessna 206, Aero Commander, Fairchild Metro. Shit, imagine flying a Cessna 206 between there and New Zealand. So they fly, where they fly? Oh, they fly to Tonga? Burger Pops. Burger Pops, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome on board. Where they fly to Tonga. Hello, Burger. How are you doing? Welcome on board, man. Good to have you here. We don't have a lot longer to go. We have another 2 hours to run. Wait a minute. Am I seeing something? Is there some scenery just off our nose? No, there isn't. Oh, never mind. Still 65 miles away from Chatham. We're looking at Chatham Island. That's basically where we're flying over. We're flying to the Charlie Hotel NDB. That is based about 60 miles on our nose. And from there, there should be a direct run into New Zealand from there, over to the mainland, over to Napier. I think we should make landfall over Napier, New Zealand. Should be pretty scenic if the clouds don't bar block our views. So looking at this, whoa, they've got one ATR as well, one DC-3 as well. The fleet, okay, the fleet, and what destinations? Is that? Also, they fly the Pacific destinations as well. Tonga. Far. So what do they fly to Tonga? What would they fly into there? They fly what? Maybe something like an ATR, maybe? Well, they fly to Auckland. They fly to Chatham, or obviously Chatham Island, Christchurch, Napier, Wellington. So yeah, we've got quite a lot of choice. Okay, terminated. So they don't fly to Napier anymore, or Gisborne, but we could fly it and explain either way. Doesn't matter. But yeah, they fly to most of the coast of the New Zealand east coast. So and Auckland, of course. And let's see if what their website says. You can book a flight. Look at that. Yeah, there it is. They go non-stop to Wellington, to Christchurch. I'm pretty sure the Metroliner could do this, right? To Christchurch and the Chatham and they fly to okay, they have some domestic flights as well inside of New Zealand, inside of mainland. They go up to Norfolk Island. Really, Norfolk Islands. Norfolk Islands, explain. What is there for explain for Norfolk Islands? Okay, look at that. Damn, looks amazing. Look at that scenery. Jeez and ages. There's a 2021 scenery as well. Both of them look pretty good to me. Some grass fields over there, some. All right. Wellington, Wanganui. We should have author for Wanganui anyway, because I think we've got most of this covered. So Wanganui, all of the North Island covered. Wanganui, explain Wanganui. Is there such a thing? Explain Wanganui. Oh, look at that, NZWU. Meh. I guess with a bit of ortho it would look nice. With a bit of ortho. Should be its saving grace, and which we do have already, so let's see how that plays with Wanganui and Kapiti Coast. Explain PT Coast. NCPP. Papa. Some rather default looking scenery. But doesn't mean we can't go there if we have hold on, but we have Wellington and Waraipara. Okay, we've got mesh. Anyway, never mind. We've got an adequate amount of streaming. We've already got Wellington, we've got Christchurch, we've got Auckland. Norfolk Island seems promising. There's a nice scenery for the Chatham Islands, and Wakatane, whatever that, however you spell that. You know, I'm butchering probably the names. Sorry about that. Anyone who is from New Zealand. 30 miles to Chatham Islands, folks, and 30 miles to go. So we'll definitely be getting the Fairchild Metro. We've been on the wing, folks, for 9 hours and 23 minutes, and we're just approaching the Chatham Islands. There it is. Not much to see. Default X-plane scenery. We'll be back in a much slower fashion. Yeah, so what flights do they have? They've got a website from Chatham Island, from Auckland to Norfolk Island. What do they use? We'd go on. What do they have? Search for flights. No flights. Whether there are absolutely no flights or the flights are completely solid. We get some information. We get some information, some flight numbers and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure flight radar 24 would be our saving grace. So have a look at our weather at Auckland. I think it's about time we have the second meal. Coming out with the second meal, folks.
Excuse me, what is this?
Food.
Pre-arrival meal. Afternoon tea, as British Airways will call it. I don't think it will be afternoon tea in Aerolíneas Argentina. Steak and mash. Ribeye steak. Best Argentinian beef in first class, that is. In economy class, they'd have the usual lasagna, right?
Cool. Well, about 7 hours ago, I was lasagna.
Oh, this planes, train, and automobile. This is Sarpuski. Hello. Welcome on board, man. Planes, train, and automobiles. Aircraft, plane scene. Is there a plane scene from planes, trains, and automobiles?
I never did it myself. Del Griffin. American Light and Fixture, Director of Sales, Shower Curtain Ring Division. I sell shower curtain rings. Best in the world. And you are?
Neil Page.
Neil Page. Pleased to meet you, Neil Page. So what do you do for a living, Neil Page?
Marketing.
Marketing. Super. Super. Fabulous. Isn't that nice?
Look, I don't want to be rude, but I'm not much of a conversationalist, and I'd really like to finish this article. A friend of mine wrote it, so...
Don't let me stand in your way. Please don't let me stand in your way. The last thing I want to be remembered as is an annoying blabbermouth. You know, nothing grinds my gears worse than some chowderhead who doesn't know when to keep his big trap shut. If you catch me running off with them, I'll just give me a poke in the chops. Oh! Oh, that feels good. I'm telling you. My dogs are barking today. Whew.
Oh.
Oh!
That's a meme right there.
That feels better.
Oh, yeah. Unacceptable in this day and age, right? Because the Chatham Islands are behind us.
Bucks on my right, and that says we're not landing in Chicago.
Funny this. This is a deleted scene where I got some of them. This is the deleted scene that I got anyway. Oh. Anyway, oh, this is the one that this is where I got some of the clips from. Well, you probably can't hear it very much.
All right, listen up, everybody. You all don't quit asking me for stuff. Nobody's getting a thing.
I always order a special meal. On this airline, they go with seafood salad. On American, well, I'll have the kosher plate. Little slice of salami, beef, turkey, dark black bread. Very nice. Now, if I'm flying United, I'll stand my youngster. Give me the kiddie plate. That's a hot dog, baked potato chips, and gherkin. A nice little bag of Oreo cookies. Ooh, well, about 7 hours or whatever was on. But with all the delays, I heat it, reheat it again. So, well, it looks like that. I had a friend one.
All right, let's get on to Sky Vector. Start preparing for the approach as well. So we've passed Chatham Islands, and our next port of call would be Napier. We have 1138. .138. Okay, still too far to pick it up. We have it on VOR1. We don't need ADF. We don't need ADF. ADF2 anyway. For Napier VOR, because we don't have any more ADFs on the route. We do have maybe one. We have the Taupo ADF. NDB. But it's not like we're going to be monitoring it. Just checking our fuel. Oh, wrong one. Currently 38 tons of fuel on board. more than enough to get us to our destination. We currently weigh 237, gross weight is 237,000 kilos, 237.5 tons. And can we go to flight level 400? Unlikely we'll get up to flight level 400. We need to be less than 220. We need to be less than 224 tons. Max cruise, I say, oh yeah, 242 tons. Oh. Yeah, so we're doing a mock DSML-85 cruise. Max cruise thrust. I don't know, why am I yawning? Maybe I didn't get enough sleep. Gabriel, épale, ¿qué más? Ya dormí, pero no dormí suficiente. No pude porque tuve que transferir combustible entre los tanques, entonces tuve que administrar el combustible en este avión. No lo puedes dejar solo porque si no se te acaba el combustible o se te malbalancea, se te desbalancea el combustible. Entonces faltan como 2 horas. We have about 2 more hours to go. Estamos desde Río Gallegos y Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires, Río Gallegos y Auckland, Nueva Zelanda. Tenemos previsto aterrizar a las... tenemos a las 20:17, son las 19:16, pero creo que aterrizaremos más como a las 20 y... a las 8:30 Zulu, 20:30. Eso es según el avión, el FMC, pero según BatSpy nos dice, estimamos, we estimate at 2031, we estimate we'll probably push that to 2035, so just about 1 hour and 20 minutes away. Bueno, no tanto, porque nuestro vuelo es de 11 horas, entonces casi 11 horas. Ya tenemos 9 horas y media en el aire, en este segundo vuelo. Reabastecimos combustible en Río Gallego. Nos faltan 37 toneladas de combustible aún tenemos a bordo. De Mikey a Moscú, ¿en qué avión? 350, 340. El 777, que en Pripar. Y eso que y ahora vuelas FSX. How come you're now flying FSX? Me dijeron que compraste una moto. Vendiste la tarjeta gráfica para comprar una moto. Dije, bien hecho. Verga, no, yo pensé que... Verga, pensé que eras Dressler por un ratico, pensé que tú eras Dressler, bobón. Sí, yo sé, pero... Ya va. Tú no eres Gabo o Dressler. Cuando dijiste Mikey, no, eso es Dressler. Verga, usted sí cambia un nombre. O tú eres Gabo. O eres Juan Carlos. Capaz, ¿no? Yeah, folks. Sorry for the bit of the language change. Speaking to some of my Spanish-speaking buddies here. Ah, okay. Anyway, folks, Nudpo, no dad. So we're approaching Nudpo. Where is this? Nudpo? That's not a problem. That's not a problem. I just don't want to leave anybody out. I don't want to leave anybody out. Not a problem. O sea, no, se me va la gente cuando comenzó a hablar español. Ya se me fueron. Espantaste la gente por hablar Spanish. It's hot in here. Just a minute. I need to get some AC, guys, because my computer is just spitting out fucking heat like a fucking Pratt & Whitney engine. Oh, there we go. You like the music? Yeah, I guess it's nice, soothing music for a long haul flight. I mean, you just can't play. I mean, I'm getting sick of my playlist as well. I've gotten sick of my playlist. So and I guess it's just good because it's like no copyright as well. So I hope it's no copyright. I'll know at the end of the stream if any of my stream gets muted, but I shouldn't. Best of Starbucks jazz music. Let's see if let's change it up a little bit. So Wednesday morning jazz. Are you gonna send me some non-copyright ones? non-copyright. Maybe it's a non-bossa nova. Let's get maybe some bossa nova. Elevator music. I wonder what happened to Steve's flight last night. Steve has gone to bed, but I don't know if he finished his flight. Let's start planning the arrival, go. I guess it's high time that we plan the arrival. There's no ATC in New Zealand. Hopefully ATC... That's not bad. A little bit too much oboe. Is it oboe? Is this the oboe or the flute or whatever it is called? Or clarinet. Maybe it's a clarinet. No, oboe is like... Ooh. And... Uh-oh, my sim just, I just got the fucking blue ring of death, folks. No. Tell me that spy did not make my sim crash. Oh, that would really suck if my sim crashed, guys. No, it's not gonna crash. But I got disconnected from the network. I don't know what just happened there. I got disconnected from that sim. Good. For some reason my memory usage is high. I'm gonna turn this window capture off. Try to economize on my virtual memory. So let's go. Alright, so let's start planning the arrival. Into Auckland, we're arriving via from the Hamilton VOR, and it's going to be more than likely an ILS into runway 23. Yeah, 214 knots, and we don't need the map anymore. Get the charts. We have it's going to be the Skeppy 2 Alpha arrival, RNAV arrival. Unfortunately, there are only RNAV arrivals into Auckland, so we have no choice. We have to fly one of these awful arrivals there. Transitioning via MRAG. So from the Hamilton VOR, Skeppy, MRAG for the ILS. NZAA ILS DME to runway 23 from MRAG at 3,000 feet to capture the glide path at MRAG. it's gonna be maybe a Cat 2 arrival. Looking at the weather, the cloud base is partly cloudy. A few clouds at 3,700 feet. So I guess it's gonna be maybe a Cat 1 or Cat 2 arrival. I'm still gonna put my my radio altimeter is 110. Decision height is gonna be 123. It's gonna play up for a Cat 2 approach. Flight ILS down to minimums. Try a lower minimum. Oh, just about there, right? I'll go 150, just a bit more than 100 feet. And so MRAC, there's a mandatory at Lengu. There's mandatory at 3,000 at Lengu. Is there? Where's the mandatory? Okay, this is what for the missed approach. Missed approach at the Lengu mandatory at 3,000 feet. So direct Lengu mandatory 3,000 feet. If we have a missed approach, it's straight on track to Lengu, and we just climbed 3,000 feet. Descended to MRAG at 3,000 feet. So departing, arriving in New Zealand. Come on. What? Uh-oh. Okay. No stars into New Zealand, really? Okay, so we're gonna have to put this one in manually, folks. That's not too much of a problem for. So we'll just have to put this in manually. Got scared there for a second. So from Hamilton we have Skeppy. We have Skeppy. Alpha 415. Hope it takes it. Okay. That's 28 miles. Oh, that's correct, 28 miles. And Sabah. And MRAG. We're on 3,000 at MRAG. Just so we just put these guys in this as a reminder. And Alpha 415 5,000 above. Because there are not really any more constraints here. And MRAG, and after MRAG, just in case we do have any issues with the ILS, we'll just put one other approach. ILS DME 23 left. MRAG Oriso, and then Oriso. And there we go. And at 2,000 feet at Oriso. There we are. ILS runway 23 left would be 109 at 9er. And course 231. Okay, 109 at course 231. We'll monitor Auckland Alpha 1148 on nav 2. In the meantime. and that should give us a bearing to the Auckland VOR for descent. So if we're descending from flight level 380, not liking this bossa nova. Once again. Alright, so out of flight level 380, we just know that we need to be at MRAG at 3,000 feet. MRAG at 3,000 feet. So from flight level 380 minus 380 minus 30 divided by 10, multiplied by 3, that's 5. 110 miles from MRAG, that's how we begin our descent. So we just count back from here, we just minus all these numbers here from 110. That's 110 minus 5 minus 4 minus 28 minus 19 minus 24 minus minus 21 minus, so 9 miles to Gosti. So Gosti will be right here on our top of descent. 9 miles to Gosti. Can I make a waypoint in this FMC? Can we make a waypoint? That's a question. That's just something I want to know. Where's Gosti? Gosti, what? It's we're flying. That's on the Hotel 211. I have to learn INS. I do. Could I do INS across the South Pacific if it doesn't have any stations to update from? Because it's quite a long way with no stations. I need to learn the INS. This flight should ideally have been done with the INS, right? Definitely with the INS. Ghost. Or you can set it to not drift. But yeah, but in the days when they did have INS and they did do these flights, I'm sure at some point they did do flights like these with INS. If they flew like South Pacific, South Indian Ocean, well, I guess maybe to the South Pacific, if you were flying from Hawaii, you would have had a way to do the INS if you were flying over Tahiti and those islands. To update the INS, and maybe the Society Islands and Bora Bora and those places. But if you're flying these routes, were these routes only available after FMSs were? And even FMSs, just like INS is, like the old style FMS. You think you pick up the terminal VOR far away now? But there's literally no VORs for like thousands of miles on this route. Nothing. This is the first VOR we're gonna have since we left, unless there are VORs in Antarctica. Tomcat.
Yes. Hi. I'm an idiot.
Not. I'm sure in real life, they they can just choose any route, any flight, right? Any route they can. There's no airways or anything. It's just complete coordinates. So maybe 15, 20 miles off course is nothing on a flight like this, right? And plus, I imagine that the pilots who flew these flights would have known some kind of celestial navigation. They would have had to do some kind of celestial navigation course, right? Even if they flew these flights in the 80s, because Argentina early flew this flight, I think, as far back as the late 70s, didn't they? Music is loud. Well, Gosti is on the Hotel 211, and that's on radial 127. 127 plus 180 62. Oh no, so we can go Gosti one. Let me see. Can we go Gosti? 127 slash 9er. No. That's not nice. Unless it happened twice? Oh yeah, it happened twice. Yeah, it happened on the 707, didn't it? Over Europe, and one where it didn't. Well, they both got shut down. One ended better than the other. One outcome was a little bit better than the other one. I think like two, no, at least two. A couple passengers died, right? Yeah, died on the 707. I think there were like 2 deaths. They got shot up with machine gun. Was that machine gun fire? Wasn't it? On the 707. Gosti 127 slash 9er. No, it doesn't work on this. It doesn't work on this. If we were flying there, another. It was forced down. Yeah, let's learn a little bit more about that one. Is there any more information on that flight? In fact, I'm not gonna mess with YouTube too much, guys. I'm not gonna mess with YouTube too much. We're already running, teetering on the edge of our computer's flight envelope as well, in terms of virtual memory. So these long flights are a bit dangerous for me. You know, I prefer to do them over the sea because there's not a lot of scenery loading up along the way, you know, to eat down and to draw down on our VRAM, on our RAM. So, we are operating with 16 gigs and streaming from the same PC. We do pretty well, you know. I do pretty well considering that, you know, that I'm only running on 16 gigs of RAM. Maybe how about a couple of wing views for good measure, folks. It's the view that I often had back when I was a kid. That's my favorite seat when I sat on the main deck on the 747. Samba. Bye 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 bye. I'm actually hungry, folks. I feel like making myself a nice little chicken sandwich. Yeah, I don't want to get copyrighted. What about this one? Start looking at our performance for landing, our likely performance, start landing performance, start putting in the runway information. We have 214 knots, 1009er. Oh, there we go. 214 knots. And we are 20 degrees, 1009 now. Okay, and from the sim, that's what's the landing distance? What's the runway length at Auckland? NZAA. EZE-RGL-AKL. Runway 23 is 23 left is 3,500 meters long. There we go. Final speed should be VRF for 139. We'll update that as soon as we get to the top of the hill. No doubt, no cack, no nat. Yeah, that Korean, the Korean 707, that Korean 707 that got shut down, they did like a complete U-turn. What happened to the INS? Something to do with magnetic drift, right? Took off from Paris, headed for Anchorage, and right about halfway in the flight, they did a complete U-turn. In fact, this reminds me of a flight. Just a couple of days ago, there was an emergency landing on. Oh, my air conditioning didn't come on. There was an emergency landing from Emirates. Passengers realized the sun was on the wrong side, but they just kept going. It would have been a very long, slow turn at the South Pole. What happened there? The compass doubled back on itself or something. Seems a bit more technical than just, you know. Or were they just, was a complete lapse? Hold on.
Mic off.
Hold on, folks. I'm just addressing an issue here that's gonna plague us as we approach track IR. It's just that time of the day when the lights shine through my window and interferes with my track IR. Hold on.
Mic off.
That should solve it. We are. Funny, we're now picking up Napier, the Napier VOR. Have I tuned it properly? Have I tuned in Napier properly? 1138. Oh no, oh that's, no, of course not. I've untuned it, yeah, I forgot, I've tuned the I've tuned the ILS already. Well, we don't really need to tune Napier, it's straight ahead. We are on GPS course in any case. mine is flight 902. That's the one. Flight 902 departed from Paris at 13:39 local time on course to Seoul, South Korea. The plane's only scheduled stop was Anchorage, while on course for Anchorage, Alaska, where it would refuel and proceed to Seoul, avoiding Soviet airspace. Oh, that dreaded yellow writing, folks. That's all by itself. All by its lonesome. I don't know what just happened there. Scenery is loading up. It was commanded by Captain Kim Jong-il, Captain Kim Chang-kyu, with co-pilot. Wow. 3J FPS is working overtime. Make sure that our enhanced skyscapes is on its highest performance preset. Began the flight crew. The aircraft made a regular radio check-ins as it flew northwest. The last which was 5 hours and 20 minutes after takeoff, placed in their CFS alert on Ellesmere Island. The aircraft flight path almost took it directly over the North Magnetic Rope, causing large errors in the aircraft's magnetic compass and the compass-based navigation. Its course then turned to the southeast as it flew over the Barents Sea and into the Soviet airspace. Yeah. The Soviet radar defense spotted the plane at 20:54 when the plane was approximately 400 or 250 miles from the Soviet territorial waters. The plane entered Soviet airspace as the plane did not respond to multiple requests from the ground. An Su-15 interceptor piloted by Alexander Bosov was dispatched to intercept the airliner. Having approached KL-902, Bosov waggled the Su-15's wings multiple times using the international signal for the airliner to follow the interceptor instead. Instead, KL made a 90-degree turn towards the Soviet-Finnish border. Bosov reported attempted to escape from the Soviet airspace to the Air Defense Command over Vladimir Taskov, and later, based on internal instructions, commanded Boskov to shoot down KL-902. According to the account of the attack, the interceptor approached the aircraft from the right-hand side rather than the left as required by International Civil Aviation by ICAO. Kim decreased his speeds and turned on the navigation lights, indicating that he was ready to follow the Soviet fighter for landing. According to Soviet reports, the airliner reportedly ignored the commands to follow the interceptor. Flight 902s, they would say that co-pilot said that the crew had attempted to communicate with intercept via radio but did not receive any response. Bosov tried to convince his superiors that the plane was not a military threat, but after receiving orders to shoot it down, he fired an R-60 missile. It flew past the target. The second one hit the left wing, knocking off approximately 4 meters of its length. The missile also punctured the fuselage, causing rapid decompression and jamming one of the plane's 4 turbines. Korean passenger Bang Tai-swang died in the missile strike, which wounded several others. After being hit, the airliner quickly descended from 30,000 feet, fell into a cloud, disappearing from Soviet air defense radars. Soviets mistook part of the wing that had fallen as a cruise missile and dispatched another Su-15 to intercept the fire at it. The Su-15 had to return to the airbase due to low fuel. According to the account of the time between the missile strike and Flight 902's landing differ. According to the Soviet media, the airliner flew across the Kola Peninsula at low altitude for 40 minutes, searching for a place to land. After several unsuccessful attempts at landing, Kim brought the plane down on the ice of the frozen Yeah, he made a pretty good emergency landing on ice though, because look at the aircraft. This is the plane. Proper landing, nice landing. Maybe even butted it as well. Oh, we just had a bit of a hiccup there with the FPS. I'm gonna hide this here, folks. No, wrong one.
Gigi, I've decided not to leave this town. Maybe I can stay and find some other nice people who will like me and accept me for who I am. Trusting your spirit, yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Where am I? Am I not there? Well, folks, we do need to make this landing a good landing. It will be quite a sorry thing if it'll be quite tragic if we made a crappy landing. I'm running version 105 of the 747, and I realized that the landing, the flight dynamics, the landing dynamics have changed yet again. It's no longer floaty. You have to work for that butter now again, as you did before. I quite like the landing dynamics before 104. So it looks like it's back to its old wicked ways. I haven't managed a greaser since the new update. So yeah, before the update, greasers were like were dime a dozen on this aircraft. Butters were dime a dozen. And we have the Kiwi coast up ahead, folks. Tell me I haven't gotten rid of my New Zealand. I thought I had ortho for this part of NZ, but I don't. I guess I have never approached. Really? I've never approached New Zealand from this side. Ah, interesting. I don't have ortho for here, but we do have ortho further into the descent, folks. We have the Kiwi coast just up ahead, and Napier. It's about 16 miles from Napier. Are we? A little bit more than that. 46. 35 miles from Napier, New Zealand. It's a bit choppy. Let me turn off my economize on our. We did say our top of descent. We did fix our top of descent point. 9 miles Agosti, I think it was. 9 miles. -3. Alright, about 3, that's fine. One way, -5, -4, -2, -8, yes. It's 8 miles to Gusty. We'd have continued on to Sydney today, but that will probably just be a bit much, wouldn't it? And I don't think our computer could take it. Napier. And so we direct the Gander now. Napier, direct Gander, direct Alpha Papa, go direct Alpha Papa, and then Gusty. So we're about 70 miles from top of drop, folks. And it's 10 hours and 25 minutes so far since we began the takeoff roll at Rio Gallegos. And let's check on our fuel. We have 30 tons of fuel, 30,000 kilos of fuel, and we're doing pretty well. Ryan, how are you doing, man? We're just about to hit our top of descent into Auckland. Awesome. Doing a long haul for a change, a proper long haul. No one can ever accuse me of not doing long hauls. Want to make this a regular occurrence, maybe one a week. This is our second long haul. We did one to Nigeria last week. 742 wasn't there for that. You missed it. I flew that Lando. I did that Lando test run of my livery over down to Lagos out of Gatwick. That was quite a good flight as well. That was last week. I think it was last Friday, was it? Saturday it was? No, it was on Saturday we flew down to Lagos. Can't remember what day it was. Out of Gatwick. We did use the old flight number, the old route. It's a Speedbird. You got a new graphics card? Wow, nice. Well, any major performance upgrade? Well, obviously you would have a performance upgrade. That's like a 1070, isn't it? It's a better 1070, I should say. It's a significant upgrade for you. I can imagine, right? Better FPS. Did you go into your NVIDIA control panel and do the settings as well? You should get better FPS if you do. Minecraft at full tilt, yeah. You know, I'm sorry I didn't make ortho for this side of the island in New Zealand. I think because most of the flights I did not. I need to do the southern part of the North Island. I don't have ortho for. I knew I was missing some ortho in New Zealand. We need to make some if we're gonna fly. If we're gonna fly here, not make some. I don't need to make some. There's some pre-made one. The pre-made ortho that I need to get. Then I need to reduce it, to shrink it. Probably need to get rid of some ortho as well to accommodate for the extra ortho. That's the only ortho that I'm not deleting. Is my New Zealand ortho. I quite like the New Zealand ortho. The high quality presets don't particularly look better than the high performance presets. Yeah, we're just about to begin our descent here, folks. In a few minutes, about 30 miles. 30 miles to run. We're 138 from now. We're picking up the November Zulu VOR. So sorry, the Alpha VOR? Yeah, the Alpha VOR. That's Auckland, and that's 136 miles away. So top of the descent should be at about 108 miles from it, 108 to 110 miles from the VOR, or just a little bit before Gosti intersection. Right now we're direct the Taupo VOR, Taupo NDB I should say, Alpha Papa. Here in the South Pacific, south of the equator, the NDBs and the VORs are rather interesting because they no longer have 3 letters, they have 2 letters in most of Australia and New Zealand. So the VORs and NDBs have 2-letter identifiers. And we should just make a slight right turn in about 5 miles to pick up the final the final bearing for our star. Almost final bearing for us. No, Hamilton. The star begins at Hamilton. 1, 0. There we go. Okay, so let's start resetting our MCP now. Straight down to 3,000 feet. Feet. We'll go out select in a second, and we can come out of Mach mode, go into speed mode. You got a shifter for driving, right? Or it won't be a shifter for flying, would it? Nice. 442 miles over the ground, so we need about 200 feet per minute, roughly, for the initial descent. 10 miles. Vertical speed, folks, and there we are. All right, so QNH at Auckland is 1009er. Fuel heat could come off. And 1009er on the ground. Oh no. You know, 1009er as well at Auckland. Arm the speed brake and give auto brake minimum. And let's just double up on our update our VRF speeds. So final speed is 138. We set the buttons for 138 flaps 30. Clean speed, flaps 1 speed below 233 knots. VRF plus 100 is our minimum clean speed. So 233 knots, we can go flaps 1. So it's flaps 1. It's flaps 1, 233 to 220 at 210. Then it's flaps 5. Flaps 5 to here to 200 knots. Flaps 10 to 180 knots, and anything below 180 knots is flaps 20 speed. And begin our descent checklist as well.
Approach checklist, please. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Seatbelts and no smoking signs. On. Anti-ice. Off. Exterior lights. Check. Outer brakes. Low. Radio INS switch. Hold on.
We want them on we want it on INS though, so check.
Flight director computer selectors. Check. Brake pressure. Check. Spoilers. Armed. Altimeters. 1009. Set and cross-check. Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs. Set and cross-check. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Off. EPR computer. This.
Propelling ground.
Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
So hopefully we should make it on Alpha 8. By Alpha 8 should make it by Alpha 8, and it will be Lima to the ramp by one of these gates over here at the top here. I think it's gate 5 or something like that. On the star, I left the major of 23. Hamilton, 20 miles to Hamilton, and it's going Unicom as well. You're on Unicom. Not liking the to do a descent checklist. We could go direct so if we go if we did a progressive and progress, I'll go fix MRAG. We'll monitor MRAG like this then. MRAG is 68 miles. The MRAG 68 times 3. 68 times 3. No, 68 times 3 plus 30. It should be 23,000 feet. We're perfect 23,400 feet. Yeah, we're doing very well. We're doing very good. So we have 1148. Okay, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go 1099er. And 231. Final approach course 231. So we monitor the localized now. Monitor the fixed page on this side actually. MRAG. There we go. 60 miles, 63 to 18, and the 3 is 21,000 feet. We're 335 or 1900 feet per minute, I guess. We are. So just imagine one is for flying. Yeah, well, like, yeah, please, yeah, yeah, I know, right? Airbus is like, Airbus has, the Airbus throttle is like a manual transmission. Sorry, it's got like, the throttle is like an automatic transmission. It's like, you like put it in drive for takeoff and that's it, right? Literally. So direct, MRAG. No, we don't need to do that. Fuck no, we can just check the bearing here. 48 miles to MRAG. 48 times 3 plus 30. 17,400 feet. We are a little bit below the profile. So we can go closer to 1,700. Checkers is prepped. Speeds up. And it's 233. 233 is our minimum clean speed. Did get a bit of a dive in FPS. Hopefully it gets better once we get below the cloud, folks. 40 miles to MRAC, 43 to 12, 12 and 3 is 15. Yeah, we're good. 1,500 feet per minute. We're 14.6, we're 14.4. It's a shame about the flicker, guys. At 250 knots. We don't have to be at 3,000 feet, 3,000 feet above whatever, right? So at 30 miles, MRAG, we should be 3.3s and 9, 12,000 feet. 9 and 3 is 12. At exactly 30 miles to MRAG. We're 35 miles to MRAG and we're 12,800 feet, so we're good. Auckland traffic, Argentina 880, descending out of 1-2000, direct MRAG, expect ILS 23, Auckland traffic. We have 30 miles and 15,000 feet. What? 3 is 9 and 3 is 12. Little bit low. No logo light. Oh, we don't need the wing light either, so. $24 times 3 plus 30. We should be at 10,200 feet. We're at 9,100 feet. Just about 1,200 feet or 1,000 feet. Let's double check 1099er and India Mike Golf. We have a DME from the localizer though. We don't have a bearing to it just yet. Times 3 plus 30 should be 8,400 feet. We are low, a little low. 1,000 feet per minute. Less than 1,000. Let's start slowing down to flaps 1 speed. Flaps 1. Okay, direct MRAG so we can monitor it. No. Heading. That's not what I wanted, guys. That's not what I wanted. Why did I swear I went direct MRAG, but anyway. I swear that I went direct MRAG. Fuck's sake. Shitbox. At 12 miles. Miles, go down to 200 knots. Flaps 5.
Flaps 5.
We have a steep turn here, so I'm gonna go flaps 10. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
5 miles to Emerald. There we go. We are lock.
and level off.
Please out, I'll select. Okay, localizer, is that no? What's that? Is it not a localizer? Leveling off? Oh. Okay. Come on, grab that localizer already. 1 mile. Okay, we have glide slope as well.
Localizer alive. Gear down.
Flaps 20.
Flaps 20. Landing checklist. Gear. Damn.
138.
Gears down, green light. Down and check. Down and check. Flaps. Hold on. Flaps 10.
Oh no, no, wrong way.
Flaps 25. Flaps 25.
Flaps 25. Ignition.
Flaps 30.
Light start.
Anti-skid.
Check. Flaps 30.
Altimeters. 1009. Set and cross-check. Landing checklist completed.
We're going altitude and set straight ahead. 3000.
Yes? Hi. I'm an idiot.
Fish pants. How are you doing?
1000.
What? A little bit of a crosswind there. Dive the curve in. Thousand down.
$500.
500 too. On profile. Oh, really? No, fuck off.
Don't sink.
Sequential.
Glide slope.
30.
Glide slope.
20, 10. Check reverse.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Auto brake off.
Welcome to Auckland, folks. Almost
60
smashed
knots.
it. We might have smashed it, I think. My XP realistic is not, see, it doesn't seem to be registering. Contact tower. Auckland Tower, Argentina 880. My apologies, you sent me contact passing 300 feet.
Argentina 880, no worries, I've been on for a few minutes now. Just, welcome to Auckland, taxi stand of choice to the kilo. First will be Alpha and Kilo.
Alpha Kilo, stand of choice.
Out, off, reverse.
Am I still in reverse? For fuck's sake. Fish pants, thank you man, thank you. I'm just seeing it. Alpha and Kilo.
Flaps up.
And ground, Alpha and Kilo. I think we're looking for gate 5. And the Auckland Tower for Argentina 880. We're looking for gate 16 or 15. Would that be Alpha and Kilo as well, or Alpha Lima?
Argentina 880, you can take Alpha and Kilo for this side and give you Lima and Fox so that you want, so you don't have to make the sharp turn.
Okay, Roger. So we'll take we'll take Lima, we'll take Alpha, then on Lima. Thanks.
Argentina 880, Roger.
Okay, so yeah, didn't check to see if tower was on when I arrived, so my bad. Said he was on for a little while already. Strobe light, let come off. Let's get off the runway. Don't tell the passengers that. They'll probably getting up to get their things. We'll wait till we get on Lima, and then we'll do the after landing flow. You like the alerts? And they're cheap, right?
Well, about 7 hours ago I was in time.
Well, you missed the meal service then. You're still hungry? I'm hungry. I'm gonna make myself something to eat as soon as we get to the gate and shut down and do the replays. Yeah, this aircraft is no longer very floaty. It's very easy to hit it really hard now. If you're not careful, you have to work for that flare. You do have to work for that flare now. Unlike the last version. There is a bit of an improvement. It isn't quite the butter monster as it was before. Alright, and let's get the AP running as well. Probe to come off. These guys could come off as well. Auto brake will come off too. Trim down to 7 units. Cargo heat will come off as well. Now after landing checklist.
After landing checklist. Brake pressure. Check. Body gear steering.
For the radar, standby.
Arm. Auto brakes. Off. Ignition. Off. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Radar and transponder. Standby. Flaps. Up. Spoilers. Down. Stabilizer trim.
It's quite windy, that approach. Quite a crosswind.
Outflow valves.
Quite windy. We have a steady wind on that one.
Pressurization mode selector. Wait.
Get the dive.
Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Let's see.
On APU is on. We don't have it on bus. Yeah, so long flights do really take a toll on our FPS, guys. So I guess we won't be doing any long flights towards Gatwick or Heathrow until until I at least maybe upgrade, get a RAM upgrade. So a considerable RAM upgrade, and let's get the APUs on bus. APU on bus. Did I not start the APU? I thought I started the APU. We go for stand 17.
Check. Checklist completed.
Stand 16. I know these stands here are like the wide body stands. Well, FPS aren't so great, isn't so great, folks. Turns on a dime. It's very sticky. The FPS are very sticky, folks. Very sticky.
Tower Hello, this is forward Council Bird 2, good morning, runway 23, left to clear the phone.
I think we call it a day right here. Waiting for it to say stop. I think it should be able to pick it up right here.
Parking brake set.
There we are. Are we on bus? Well, folks, here we are. Gyroways did not work. We're not wasting any time, folks. I'm hungry. We need to get out of here. Let's replay the approach. On tower Argentina 880 on blocks.
Argentina 880, fine.
And we'll do the let's get the replay. Do the replays. Look at that crosswind. We had a bit of wind shear. All of a sudden, we just got really low. All of a sudden, we developed a sink rate. There we go. Oh, saved it. Almost. From the sunny side. One more view. Then we'll get a wing view as well. Because it's always quite scenic coming into Auckland. There we are. Let's get it from the back here. Anyway, folks, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. This is quite a landmark occasion for us here in Montreal on the channel. It's definitely see if we can, we have either two options. We probably continue this flight over to Auckland, or we'll hop in the Metroliner and live in New Zealand for a little while and explore that the new Metroliner over here in New Zealand and see how that flies. We've got some lovely scenery. We can go over to the Chatham Islands, which we spoke so much about, which is we flew overhead on the way in. So yeah, folks, thank you very much for being on stream. Thank you everyone for keeping me company. Fishmans, Ryan, everyone who was in the channel. Gabriel, Boeing 742, as usual, thank you for your company. Always great to have you on board. Tomcat, Alpha Whiskey Foxtrot, Fansgar, and Quartz, I don't think Quartz is a Mokvale and the usual fun suspect. Thank you very much for keeping me company on this flight. I'll see you on the next one. No, we're still live. We're just about wrapping up. We've actually finished. We've landed. You missed 15 hours of stream, man. 16 hours of stream. We did an ultra mega long haul flight today. Not a 16-hour one, but we did 2 flights in 16 hours. You were in school, awesome. Well, you can watch some of the replay. We had 2 takeoffs and landings. We had nearly maximum takeoff weight departure out of Rio Gallegos, and we took out of Buenos Aires last night. This used to be a real world flight. Used to be a real world flight. Anyway, see you on the next one. We'll be on tomorrow, Starry. Thanks for coming through in any case. Thank you very much. Mike. We're gone, Ice Mike. We're gone. We've just landed. I'm tired. 16 hours, 17 hours stream. I'll see you on the next one. We'll be on tomorrow, man. Thanks for coming. Ciao.
Mic off.